Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover. My name is Sakmi-chan, and for this term's voiceover, I don't think I'll have enough time to do a full piece, but I still wanted to do a voiceover. So for this month, I decided to just stick with a simple portrait, but what I had in mind was to try my best to make it as realistic as I can. I want to try to see if I can push myself a little to render it out a little bit more than my usual semi-realistic style. So I'm not sure if I will be able to achieve it, but you guys will be able to tell if I will at the very end. So, and I restricted myself to a bust portrait just so I don't have to concern myself with the rest of the composition, so we're just gonna focus on that. And the character is Ganyu again because I did paint a back view for her this term, but her front views also has a very interesting style, and I kind of wanted to do something fun with it. You guys know I like to put a lot of embellishment in my pieces. I like to lace it up a lot. Yeah, let's have fun with this. So as you can see, I already got the sketch done. All my sketches are pretty much like this, pretty rough, but my main focus is painting. That's why my sketches are very rough. And I already did a few swatches, just kind of colors for me to keep in my mind, like which color I'm gonna get, and I can just pick and stuff while I'm painting. But yeah, that concludes the explanation, and let me go ahead and start doing my layers. I'm gonna do a background layer, Ganyu layer, group, group, and step group. Alright, let's see if I can achieve what I want. So I'm considering trying to order a better mic so that I can, I don't know, maybe I should, I want to try doing ASMR one time, because, you know, I do get some feedback from some of you saying that you guys listen to my voice when you sleep, so hey, why not? Just try it out. Steps down here. Okie dokie. But yeah, thinking of investing in a better mic. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go ahead and go into the Ganyu layer. Ganyu. I don't know what that quite means in Chinese. I mean, to me, I pretty much, I came to Canada quite young, so my Chinese is not very good. I can only understand a little bit of it. Purely from pronunciation, the way I pronounced it, it kind of means dry oil or something like that, or maybe I'm not pronouncing it wrong. Right. Yeah. Anyhow, let me go ahead and block in the torso first. Even if I was gonna go for a more realistic rendering, at least I will try to. I'm still gonna go through very similar process. So we have the head, and for the face, I'm probably gonna try to make it a little more realistic, but we will see. Kind of wanna break into kind of try a new style, kind of, but without too much of a change. I just wanna see if I can just push my style a little, make it a bit more different. But yeah, what I had in mind was have more variety of color and stuff. Different tones and stuff, better rendering. Let's see. I might change up her side bang position after I start rendering it. But yeah, I had in mind this being a nice portrait with lace and flowers. But we shall see. So I did isolate her hair in a couple of layers just to make it simple to work with. If I decide to modify the hair and stuff, it'll be easy to do so. And then her... Wait, what is this? Face? There we go. And so hold on. That's the body. And then we have her little bow tie at the very back. I worked on that in the back view. I tried to add as much detail in that bow tie because painting that back view was quite challenging, because how do I make sure that her back view conveys that it's her? Because there wasn't really too much to work with in terms of adding enough elements so that it's recognizable that it is the character from the back. It was a little challenging, but I'm glad that it turned out good. Okay, now for the background, I wasn't too sure what I wanted. I was thinking flowers and stuff, but I guess for now we can go with a dark background. Yeah, I think let's go with a bit of blue lighting as well in here. Let's do a little gradient background, dark and blue. And let's go ahead and start doing the face. I got the skin tone kind of already there. I want to do shadow and then have a specific light source coming this way. Body layer, block that in. For the body layer, I was thinking of giving her a lace outfit, so it's gonna be mostly skin, and then I'm gonna layer on lace afterwards. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh no, I can't upload this on YouTube. I've been uploading speed paints of the tutorial on my YouTube, but nah, I can't. I'm gonna get, this won't even be showing. Nah. Maybe I will just make it a little bit darker. But I wanted to do a nice sexy lace design, but I'm gonna have to do that later as alternate. And then we have the red, and then a bunch of gold ornate designs. let's go ahead and paint the arm. And I also want to do a fun little design for her arm. Just quickly do the rough coloring for the arm. And then we have the hair. Let's go with this. I'm gonna keep the highlight towards the upper left side. So same with the bangs, and then oh wait, oh yeah, that's the bow. And then the back hair, horns, let's go with a black for now. And then with the red motif. There. Okie dokie. So let's work from that. I'm gonna lower the sketch opacity. Now I'm going to start by isolating or adding more shadow. Selecting and darken. I guess we'll add a bit of the blue here. But yeah, it's gonna be skin tight-ish. Have a bit of shadow here. I'm gonna add the bell separately. She does have a bell. And also her collar here. Let me lower the opacity for the sketch so that I can see clearly. And she does have the white collar flap extended like that. I'm gonna do a little lace design for it, see if I can achieve the look that I want. So it's gonna be quite rough. I'm gonna do a lot of this type of stuff. And for the lace for her top, I'm gonna try to see if I can do a lace design that kind of matches her outfit, which is very pretty Chinese looking. So I'm gonna do something similar to that. Oh, I have to make sure this is higher up. And as for the gold ornate, I'm gonna go with a dollar yellow. I'm gonna go ahead and add a bit of skin tone here. Continue with the lace. Go ahead and add a bit of it here. Let's go to the other side. I'm gonna just highlight the armpit on this side. Maybe bring it in a bit more. And going in here with a bit more skin tone. Let's also try to add bit of lace detailing here. Okay, so so this is where the nipple is. I'm gonna try to do a little design that covers it. And right now I'm just scribbling a little. I think I will have to incorporate some photo texture so that it will progress a little faster and stuff. But yeah, I do love painting lace. Just gonna scribble a bit for now. I'm gonna focus most of the darker lace design towards the edge. Let's go ahead and add a seam here, just to add a bit more detail to the garment. Usually you can always see that on garments and stuff. Go ahead and add a bit more detail here. Okay, now that that's done, let me go ahead, copy paste. I'm gonna darken it a bit more. Oh, whoops, gotta do it carefully. Gonna erase a bit of it. And around here, let's go with a bit of a blue tone. And I'm just going to kind of blend it in with the airbrush. And around here, add a bit more shadow. Oh, let me go ahead and line the chest. And I'm gonna just align the where actually this should be higher. Merge down this part. Will need to be brought up a bit more. Let's say like that. Okay. Now I'm gonna look for some lace to incorporate into this piece. Alright, grabbed some lace. Just some small ones that I think might look good. Hopefully it works out. So I'm just gonna copy it. Oh, bring it in and begins the editing phase. So basically just going to warp it to the curvature of the vest here. And basically just kind of try to manipulate it so it fits with the piece. Just gonna remove the skin part from the photo because all we want is the lace detailing. And after I do that, I'm just gonna darken it. I'm just editing the photo texture so that it fits with what I want. I'll probably need to make this part darker, this part too. Go back to this layer. I can now start painting this a bit because now I have the photo texture. Now it's time to paint the rest of the piece to sort of fit the photo texture so that it matches. I'm just gonna add a bit of skin tone here. And let's copy this, paste, put it on the other side as well. I'm just going to warp, transform it so that, you know, gotta make it not so thick because we are looking at from the other side. And back to rendering on the skin. Okay, now I believe I should be, let's go ahead, use some swatches. I should be rendering the skin out a bit so that we can have a proper color scheme to work with, because if I'm gonna work on the chest part, the vest part with the lace, I have to make sure the skin is rendered out a bit more so that I know kind of what type of color to put down. Okay, so gonna go on the shoulder bit. Let me go ahead and render out the what's it called, the clavicle, and using the airbrush pretty much make it's easier to render with the airbrush for now because it's fast. But then, you know, as we get more details in, then airbrush need to use a bit more hard edge brushes so that it's not overly soft. But airbrush is very good for, you know, just very fast shading, kind of get your point across. Because the start of a painting, we don't want to get too into it. At least I try not to get too into it, so I try to do the start as fast as I can to get the idea across and stuff. Okay, so now that I have it sort of blended, let me go ahead and copy, paste into the first step. So I have a pretty rough look for it. Let me just have the lace on a separate layer. Let's go ahead and work on the face a bit. So just pulling out the reference on my other screen. Let's go ahead and add a bit of shadow first. Gonna try to add some rough color. Let's go add a bit of highlight to some of the hair batches. That way it creates a very shiny look. So this is all very rough. I'm trying to create the texture for her hair right now. Okay, and then onto the face. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna start adding, oh, gotta make it darker, add some shadow. Let's see, creating some more contrast and stuff, and then add the face. So I think I might need to get reference for it, so let's go ahead and line the eyes, going for a bit more realistic look, going for my what's the eye shape called? Almond? I'm not sure. Is that what's called? Almond eye shape? Almond eye shape. Gonna line it very sparingly, so not a lot of eyeliner just yet. I'm gonna try to see if I can do let's take it easy with the eyeliner for now. Usually I put a lot of eyeliner on my characters, but I'm gonna see if I can ease into it slowly. Now I'm just shading it a bit. Now for the nose. Let's go here. Pick a duller color. I'm trying to remember what I did for more realistic shadow. I might need to make the eyes bigger, but for now let's go with a orangey lighting on the bottom. Paint the nostril. Shadow. Let's give her a bit of eyeshadow. Let's go with a blue color. And for the cheek, let's go with this color. And then let's go with this color for highlight. I'm gonna use the airbrush. Graze the edge of the face with it. So I'm just trying to get the base of the lighting going on. So I'm gonna play around with the face after. Of course, this is not the. It's probably not my standard proportion for the face. You know, there's a certain proportion I prefer for painting the face. This is just trying to get the lighting down and stuff, so paint the lips. Now I'm gonna go ahead and play around with the proportions. So first, make the nose just a bit smaller. Bring it up a bit. Bring the lips up a bit. Make the eyes just a bit bigger. Oh. Merge down, copy the eyes. Make it a little bigger, probably move it a bit too. To where I prefer them. Zoom in here. Let's go ahead and put the eyelid down here. The what's it called? Tear duct lid, bottom eyelid. And then at the eyes. So she's got purple eyes. Let's go ahead and do a base for it, but in a more realistic way. It would probably be a little less color vibrant. I mean, let's add a bit of pink in there. And then I'm going to go, zoom out real quick, make a new layer, constrain it down. I'm gonna go ahead and blur it out with the airbrush. And at the same time, let's go in here and start adding some different tones in the face, so to speak. And let's see, let's go ahead and add a deeper color for the shadow. For the nose, I'm gonna have to blend it out a bit more. And on the cheek side, let me just blend this out. Let's go ahead and add a bit of eye bags. Oh, hold on. add a highlight and then shadow. And then for the eyelid, I'm gonna go with Asian eyelids, so I would know because I have to look at my eyelid from time to time. So let's go ahead and add the shadow. It's quite close to the eye itself usually. This is one of the looks, I would say. You know, everybody's got different eyelid. It's just one look for Asian eyelids. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna line it. And let's go ahead and add the eyebrows. So for the eyebrows, usually, you know, Asian faces, one of the more popular trend is the very non-angular but straight eyebrow look. Let me go down here. So yeah, this is getting somewhere. I'm going to correct the face shape a bit. Let's take, oh, hold on. Move the lips, oh, move the lips up. Oh, I guess I didn't copy it properly. Copy paste and then move it up. Merge down. Lock it in. And this is the base for the face. And I can kind of play around with the shape a bit more. So yeah, that's the face. I'm trying to make it as realistic as I can. Of course, there's still much to do. Let's go to the bow layer and make the bow a little darker. And the eyes, bring this eyelid up a bit. Give that smiley look. Bring the lower lid up a bit. At least I'll have that going for me. Take the nose, make it a little smaller, but not too small, because if this was more semi-realistic, I would make the nose a lot smaller. More realistic look, the nose probably need to be a bit less exaggerated, you know. Let's go ahead and zoom in a bit more. I'm gonna take this shadow color and just lining the nose. Merge down. Now I'm going to let's see, add a bit more shadow. Let's see if it will work. Add a bit of shadow here. Copy paste. Darken it. And after that's done, I'm just going to erase the edge of it so it's not super sharp. Oh, okay, that looks kind of a bit more realistic. Make another layer. I'm going to add a neutral color in the face. Let's flip it. Okay, now that it's flipped, I can go ahead and render it out a bit more. I'm gonna add a bit of green tone, so I'm just gonna add it sparingly in here. And then let's add a bit of orange tone for the cheeks. Add it there. And I'm going to shade around the face a bit. And then add a bit of a green towards the edge. Back to the eyes, so let's go ahead and add a bit of highlight on the upper eyelid and then shadow around it. And then zoom in here. Gonna clean up the eyes. I have to make sure that the waterline is very visible. Like that. And then for the eyes, let's go ahead and add the pupil. Okay, that looks pretty realistic-ish. A bit more realistic than my usual stuff. Now, I'm gonna try to work on the nose a bit. Let's go ahead and add the shadow down here. Just trying to shade the bottom of the nose, at the nostrils. As you can see, this is I am not in my element. This might take a little while for me to get it right. And I'm going to transition the nose shadow into her cheek very, very softly. And of course, back to the rest of the other side of the face. Add the shadow underneath the eyebrow just a bit and leaving the top of the eyelid in highlight. That's the Asian eye look. I'm gonna bring the eyeball a little bit over so that it looks like she's looking at us. I'm trying really hard to kind of do something a little more different. Hopefully I won't end up going back to my usual stuff, which happens very often. Oftentimes when I want to try to paint a little bit outside of my usual semi-realistic style, I end up going back. Now for the lips, I'm gonna go for a dusty pink for highlight. And here, let's go for a dusty darker pink. Let me see if I can change up my lips a little. Usually I would add a little dip here, but maybe she can have a different lip shape, like the cat lip shape. I don't know. Go ahead, fill in the rest of the lips. for the nose highlight, I'm gonna use a brighter highlight and very, very gently add in the highlight. And take a bit of the pink, put it on the nose. And I'm just going to need to add a bit more shadow on the nose. Just gonna slowly work on the nose. Add a tiny bit of nostrils on this side. And then let's take a bit more highlight over here. Add it on the other cheek. Add a bit more shadow underneath the eyes. You know, gotta make sure she's got eye bags. Eye bags is what makes the eyes a little more realistic. I'm just gonna use the shadow that I've already got around the eyes and just painting around her eyes, under the eyes I mean. And let's go ahead, take a bit of the pink from the lips. I gotta constrain it down. And brush it on the cheek and kind of just slowly graze it back to the chin. Okay, I think that should be good. But yeah, it's looking a little more realistic. I'm just gonna take the whole face now. And I'm going to work on changing the shape a bit. Let's make the brush a little smaller. So let's go ahead and work on the eyes a bit more. Let's try this shape. To move the nose up a bit, I think. Probably need to blend in the jawline a bit more as well. Oh. And then make this eye a bit bigger. Bring down the eyebrows a bit more. So right now I'm just experimenting with the proportions a bit more until I get to a point where I like the face. You can have a good face base, but the proportion of the face is what kind of make it for me. I like to play with it until I think it's good. Let me go ahead and add a bit more highlight underneath the eyes. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna put a bit more shadow underneath here. And take this color right here and take a bit of the highlight as well underneath the eyes. And then I'm going to add a bit more shadow as well, cast it from the nose. merge down. Okay, I'm gonna work on the face a bit more after, but I think I need to work on the hair a bit. Let me just make the nose a little thinner and paint the other side of the nose. Just add a tiny bit of impression on the other side. And let's add a bit more highlight underneath the chin. I'm going to also add a bit more eyelid highlight, so to give her a more sultry look, you know, with her eyes a little bit closed. Gonna take this highlight and bring it over a bit. Add the highlight here. Add a bit more highlight on top. And let's go ahead and make the eyebrows a bit more prominent. Okay, merge down. Then let me make the face a little smaller, and then make the eyes a little bigger. Guess that's a good position. I'm gonna clean up the shape of the jaw. Actually, I guess the previous proportion was okay. Kinda like it a bit better. Okay, now that that's done, create another layer. And gonna go for another layer of highlight. Using the airbrush, I'm just going to graze the areas that needs a bit more brightening. Underneath here, let's add a bit more rim light around the jawline. And some more blush. Same with here, add a bit of blush. I'm just taking the lip color for the blush. Let me just add a bit of highlight on this side. And yeah, that's about right. Merge down. Let's work on the eyes a bit. I think I can play around with it a bit. Bring it up a bit. The side. Bring it up a bit. Actually, the hair is kind of covering, so I'm gonna slightly erase it. Like that. So I can see it a bit. So that I can play around with the eyes. And I'm trying to make the eyes look up a bit, so I'm gonna have more whites of the eyes show. Let's go ahead and line the bottom lid here. And I want to give her a purple eyeliner towards the bottom. Let's add a bit of eyelashes. I'm gonna give her eyelashes that goes downward first. Let's go ahead at the pupil and trying to add some detail to the eyes. I'm just doing the eye texture, so it's gonna be a bunch of lines. Let's add a bit of blue. I'm just gonna kind of continue that pattern, and a bit more purple towards the edge of the eyes. I'm going to add a bit of purple highlights towards the end there. This is where I increase the thickness of the eyeliner. Let's see. I'm going to add a bit more highlight to the whites of the eyes. Let's go ahead and work on the eyebrows a bit more. Lower the opacity a bit. Okay, now that that's done, let's go ahead and work on the bangs a bit. So it's a bit more, try to make it a bit more realistic. Try to make the hair fit the face a bit more. Going to tuck in the hair a bit. Change the shape a bit. Let's go ahead and shadow it up in certain places and try to divide up the batches for the hair. Let's go with, I need to be using this hairbrush texture for the hair, just to get a bit of that texture in. The more hair-like texture. And go ahead and try to separate the clumps a bit. Because I'm trying to go for a more realistic look, so it's gonna have a lot of tiny hair strand detail. I'm gonna copy this bring it onto the other side. Okay, zoom in a bit. Her hair, to me, I think it's just a little curlier on the front, so I'm gonna try to do that. So I'll be trying to, trying to correct or adjust the shape of her face using the lasso tool, and then combined with the this brush, the bristle brush, I guess you could call it. I believe it's, I'm not sure, I think it's a Photoshop brush that I found. It was part of a Photoshop brush pack that you can load. And it's one of my favorite brushes because, well, I used to use it quite a bit. Now not so much. I just stick with the standard round brush. But this brush, you know, it is still good for hair texture. Let me go ahead and line it. So realistic hair requires a lot of texture and rendering and stuff. So we gotta do that. Her hair is a little deflated. Trying to see if a bit more deflated hair would look good in this style. Take a bit of this, bring it up, and then bring this whole hair up a bit. Let's play around with it. Move it around. This is how we're going to be able to tell if it's looking good or not. At least I can tell if I like it or not. Let's give a little curl here. Using the airbrush, I'm just roughly blending and also trying to establish where the batches of hair are going, where are the strands going, and trying to figure out a nice way of layering them as well. Let me change the shadow shade a bit, make it a little more saturated. Darken that area. Darken that area. Picking a few areas to isolate these hair patches. Just trying to sort of change the shape, make it kind of match the face a bit. Okay, I'm gonna need a bit of hair strand here. Add some strands here. Take the highlight color and add it in. And then, I'm gonna have to layer the hair a bit more. I have a specific look in mind, and it is, right now it's a little rough. Let's use the airbrush, roughly blend it in a bit. I mean, blur out, I guess you could say, the texture. Kind of looks like Ray's hair, actually, from Evangelion. use this color. Actually, before that, I'm going to select the top, copy paste, make it dark, and then, oh, oops, and then let's go ahead and add a blue highlight, blue lighting towards the top here, and have a bit of strand overlap. So add the highlight all the way through on the top. Take this highlight color, add it at the very edge of this batch of hair, and we're gonna make this hair batch go this way. And I'm gonna do it again, do another batch of hair that's going that way. Same thing with the highlight at the very edge. And I'm just going to do that. Let's go ahead and add a few textures, add a few lines. And hold on, let me go ahead, switch this up a bit. Let me erase that. Blend this out. It's going to the bangs. Oh, put it under the face. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna actually copy this. I'm just gonna use it as texture and stuff. A placeholder, if you will. Just to have something there already. So let's add a bit more volume down here. And same thing, I'm just going to copy this side. Oh, copy. Bring it down. I think it needs to be a bit lower. And also clean that up a bit. And I'm gonna take part of that, paste it, move it on the side, because sometimes you can find like a better way of doing it, because there's more lighting there and more detail. So if I add a bit of it over here, maybe it'll look good, you know. I'm gonna have to have my own head layer at this point, because there's a lot of detail going into the head. Bring it up a bit, or bring it, make it a little smaller. I need to make the eyes a little bit more closed. Just gonna lower. Nope, that won't work. Let's move the bottom lid. I guess that should be okay. Bring it up a bit more. And then I'm going to overlay it with some blue. Oh, whoops. So overlay it with a bit of blue. And then some yellow at the bottom. Let's work on the nose a bit. Let's add a bit more highlight there. Because now that I refined the hair a bit, now I have to go back into the face layer and kind of shade it a bit more or clean it up a bit more in certain areas. I'm gonna remove a bit of it. I need to add back the nose shadow a bit more. Maybe like that. Okay. Rotate it. It's coming along. Hey guys, welcome back. So as you can see, I did a couple of changes off camera just to speed things up. So I worked on the hair a bit more, adjusted the face a bit more, brightened it up, and you can tell that the skin tone is a little less bright. So I did go ahead and kind of remove the saturation for the skin just a bit so it appears a bit more realistic, since realism usually tend to be a little duller in certain lighting. And you know, I've been trying to change up my style just a bit. So usually I tend to go for more saturated skin tone, like saturated color. So for this one, I'm gonna see if I can kind of reduce the saturation for the skin, try to make it just a little bit different than my usual stuff, and that's what I did. Also, I worked on the chest a bit. As you can see, it has more highlight to it. Also, it is still not that saturated, so a lot of gray tones in there. And as for the background, I'm trying to make a nice flower background. Took this photo stock from from Adobe stock, and I overlaid it. I did not purchase the high-res version for this because I just wanted to be there for the color, for the atmosphere. And I was hoping to kind of paint some of the flowers from the game in there, or from one of the screensavers that I see there. I'm not very good at painting flowers, so yeah, I hope I can do a good job. But that's what I did off camera, so let's keep going, and we're gonna work on the body for this instance. So now that I have established the lighting a bit more, I'm gonna start going into add the details and stuff. So yeah, let's go ahead and kind of work on this based on the concept, and I'm going to be adding some skin tone back into this design. I think it's more like this, the design on the collar, that is. Let's go ahead and put that there. I would like to add some lace detailing to the white part as well, actually. The lace will have to be removed a bit for the color. But yeah, just slowly going about it. And for the chest part, I'm going to shade it first with the color given. And in the original, the shirt there is pretty skin tight, so I'm just gonna do that. Although if it wasn't, I would have still done it, cause you know it's more fun to paint anatomy. For me, I prefer it. Let's just do our best to paint the anatomy as best as we can. Add some details that is a little extra. Oh, I think this is a bit closer. I think the red bit is much closer to the chest here, so I'm just going to bring it up and maybe even kind of add my own little design if I have time. Let's just go ahead and do that for now, and at the same time I'm going to layer the gold part. I'm just roughly adding in the design, which then I will embellish a little later just to make it just to add a bit more lace pretty much. I'm gonna keep her, she is very petite, so I'm gonna try my best to keep that. Might even change the face a bit more, but I think I might need to let's add a bit of hip and bring this over a bit more. I'm gonna try to make her chest not that big. Well, it's very hard. Always end up making the chest a little bigger, so I'm gonna try my best to reduce that. Let's bring this side over a bit more. Go ahead and render it out. Bring this all the way up. And then shade it. Rotate it. I need to rotate so I can make sure. I'm gonna bring this, oh, hold on, lace remove head. Bring this over a bit. And once I do that, I have to bring this design up more, because it literally cups the chest part, so I gotta bring it up, back up. Shadow here. I'm going to imply the abdominal landmark here with a, let's go ahead with a bit of, what's that thing called, rib cage. And just going to, let's pick this color. Let's add the, oh, hold on, add the shadow or the impression of it. Copy paste, darken, to imply the anatomy of the rib cage throughout the clothing and yes, throughout the clothing. Okay. Now that I have moved the chest, I gotta paint the back and move the lace over. Move the lace over and extend the skin as well. Let's go ahead and align the chest. And probably need to add shadow here too. So copy, merge, paste, darken that side. So now it is edited. And then the chest needs to be edited as well. Oh. So I'm gonna find where the nipple is and shade it based on that. And probably need to fix the shape of the side too, actually. Let's go ahead and line it a bit better. Let's go ahead and refine the chest area a bit. I'm gonna add a little bit of gray tone here. Add a bit of bright tone here. Okay. And modifying the silhouette of this side. Delete. Let's go ahead and add the seam for the clothing. Then just gonna blend it in with the airbrush. Add the shadow underneath the chest. And let's go ahead and blend this, clean this up and blend it in. Blend the colors in with the airbrush. Basically, I'm painting the skin without making the skin beige. Still, I think this might be risky to post on YouTube, so let's go ahead and add a bit of blue to this. Let's add a bit of highlight in this area right here. I lined it so that I don't paint over. Add the highlight and shadow. Okay, and the same, we're gonna refine the red part now. And the yellow area. Still trying to contour the ab area, so let's go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and clean up the silhouette, merge everything down. There, now the chest is definitely smaller. Rotate, let me see. Okay. I need to ease up on the thickness here. There. Merge down. I'm going to go ahead and relocate the shoulder here, modify it a bit. That. Okay. And I'm going to also copy this whole area and tilt it a bit downward. Okay, and then for the head, I'm just going to make it a little smaller. This big. Okay, and make it a little bigger. Alright, let's go back to the collar part. So I'm gonna... Oh, I see. Okay. I'm gonna add some more tiny details to it. So let's zoom in here. And I'm gonna add some swirl designs to the edge of the lace. Let's make it kind of even. Let's do little swirl designs. I'm being pretty rough with it, because I'm trying to give it a bit of texture. So by being not all that clean and sharp with my details, it adds a bit of texture. So I'm gonna go in here and imply that, you know, the mesh top is a little bit small, like it doesn't line up with the flap pretty much. And for here, let's go ahead and line a bit of details, add some seams, and here add some more swirl designs. Same for here. Let's go to line it, and then over here add the swirl silhouette. Okay, so it's like this, I think. And do the same thing on this side. Need to add a bit more here. And take the dark mesh top underneath. Apply a bit of it. I'm going to also probably need to find some lace for this. Merge down. Create a new layer. I'm going to manually paint some lace on. Hopefully it turns out well. If it doesn't, then I'm going back to photos. Just adding some implied uh, lace detail. Pretty much scribbling swirls and stuff. I think I might definitely need the help of photos because it's not giving me the detail that I want. You know what? I'm going to take this, copy, paste, and plop it. Ooh, actually it looks pretty interesting. Kind of like the vibe. But it's still not even. It's a little crooked. Let me rotate. Fix this side. Let's go ahead. Refine this part. Okay, I'm gonna move this lace detailing a little lower. Go back here. Trying to make sure that this part is matching up to the other side. Okay, and I guess I'll have to warp the lace here a bit more, make it a little thinner. Delete. And extend the collar flap downward. Okay, gonna take this, make it a little darker, copy paste, darken it up a bit, merge down, and work on the shoulder right here. Let's go ahead and use the airbrush to blend it in. Move this towards the gray side a bit. And then add a tiny bit of rim light. Let's go ahead and shade the outer edge of this. Oh. And kind of blend the armpit into the chest. Just using the airbrush to do this, smooth it out. Add a bit of shadow, outer edge of the arm. Okay, I think that should do it, and I'm just going to add some off color to add a bit of green in there and a bit of orange towards the top where the shoulder is. Add a bit of a warm tone up there. Go back with the highlight and add a bit of highlight where the shoulder is. blend it in. Go back here. Add some more shadow. Okay, and I'm going to add some drop down shadow a little darker underneath the color there, because this part is supposed to be a little brighter. There. And just add a bit of highlight in the color. Let's go ahead and add shadow on the outer rim. Go back here and add shadow as well. Okay, merge down. So for the arm area, let's go ahead. Actually, before I do that, alright, I went ahead and grabbed some white lace photo texture that I can use a bit. Also, I touched up the face a bit. Using it near the collar area, so I'm gonna try to let's see where I can put it. Maybe here. I'm just gonna choose specific area to add it. Just trying to get the silhouette of the photo texture. Okay. Clean this up a bit. Now I'm gonna copy and rotate this over so that I can flip it and use it on the other side too. Let's duplicate. Put it on the other side. Okay, and I'm going to duplicate this. Merge down. So it is a little too bright. I'm going to darken. Use this, or I guess I'll use this color, and then put it down. Make sure that it's similar in tone with the color that's already there, and gotta clean some of these areas up as well. So now that that's done, I can continue on, refine it a bit more if I have to, but it's pretty much done. Oh, there is a bell over here on her collar, so I don't know if I want to. Actually, maybe I'll make the bell a little smaller or something, so that the lace detailing won't be lost by it. There. I'm just gonna add a bit more skin tone, like I did the other side. And now, reach down. Trying to see. Okay, there's one of the designs here. Now it's just about cleaning up. Okay, let's go over to this area. add a bit of detailing on the collar. Okay, just cleaning stuff up, and I'm gonna add a bit of scribbling on the side here. Implied lace detail. Okay, now onto the hand. Let's go ahead and add the flap here. And for the flap here, also add some details in the outer silhouette, and I'm gonna go ahead, use a highlight to shade it a bit. Okay, there's some detailing up here like this, and it is of a brighter color. Just gonna do that. Let's flip it. It's not what I have in mind, that's for sure. I might have to actually have this on an entirely different layer so I can work on it. Let's go ahead and cut this, put it on the arm layer. That way I can do what I have to. I'm going to add a bit more detail to it. Do something similar that I did for the back view pinup of her. Let's go ahead and make some interesting negative spacing for the design, as well as rendering the arm a bit more so that I can see the skin. So with this, I'm gonna have to just make it a little cleaner. Maybe I'll render one and then I will copy paste. I think that's the best option. So let me just render down the detail for the arm, for the blue part. Alright guys, so I'm back, and unfortunately you guys probably noticed that the past 35 minutes didn't have voiceover recording. That is because I totally forgot to turn on that option, so I apologize for that. But basically whatever I did there, I'm gonna be continuing in this portion as well, so hopefully it won't be too jarring for you guys. Again, I apologize because I can't believe I forgot it. But anyways, let's continue, and I will pretty much be doing what I did in the previous 35 minutes. So yeah, let's get started. Plus I'm gonna work on the hair a little. Also, as you've noticed, I did add a bit of highlight to the eyes, as well as making the eyes a little darker. But yeah, let's continue. Also, the background, I don't know, I reverted back to the a more simple background. I'm not sure which one I'm gonna go for, but yeah, I just kind of went back to the simple. This is the one with the more detail, and this is the one without it. I'm not sure which one I will go with. Actually, you know what? Let's remove this part. I'm going to add a bit of contrast. Maybe I can just keep it like that. Anyhow, let's go ahead and continue on with the hair. I'm going to actually wanted to add some little strand of curly hair to the hair, because I did go ahead and do a base, and now I want to see if it would still suit her character if I started adding some smaller details, such as little strand of curly hair. So I'm gonna go ahead and add those in. I'm gonna go up here, add a bit of highlight. With this color, a bit more blue up here, and we have the little hair on the very top. Let's go ahead and blend this highlight in. And then add some, oh, I don't think it works like that. Oh, let's go ahead and add some more texture onto the hair. And I'm going to do this too, so I'm going to copy this batch of hair and kind of just using that as sort of a texture around the hair, throughout the hair, I mean. Oh, hold on. Copy again. Let's go ahead and use that. Now I'm going to take this color, paint it all the way down, and then blend that in. Let me have a look before and after. Let's go ahead and go with the same brush. Let me just go ahead and add the shadow on top, and then highlight in the center and then shadow towards the bottom. Let's go ahead and hold on, let me merge it down. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna go ahead and add another little curly hair strand. Let's go ahead and bring the highlight all the way down like that. Let's go ahead and refine this side. And then extend the highlight all the way through. So already have some sort of highlight towards the bottom here. I'm going to redo this part, but onto this part I'm gonna go ahead and use a yellowish tone for this side of the hair. Let's go ahead and use this texture to add this texture brush to add hair texture on this side. I'm going to flip it. Oh, where'd it go? Okay, here we go. Oh, I have to redo that. Flip it. And then I'm gonna select this whole part again, and we're just going to let's go ahead and use it as a texture for this batch of hair. There we go. Okay. I should probably extend this down. Oh, delete. I'm going to bring this a bit thinner, refine it down. Go ahead and clean that up. Okay, now going back to the face. Extend the shadow up and kind of just darken the edge. Let's blend this out. I'm going to add a bit of shadow around the hair. Kind of like drop down shadow for hair. Okay, now going back to the hair layer. zoom in here, and let me use this brush again, and kind of add the highlight. Again, let's continue the highlight onto this side. Ooh, it's so glossy. Well, I guess I don't usually paint hair like this. This is a nice change. Let's go ahead and continue on the highlight to this side. Okay, merge down. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and work on the bangs. So this is first layer of the side bangs. Just bring it down. And just going to continue on adding a bit more details and stuff, using the same hair like brush to do so. Let's go ahead and do one strand there. There. And I'm just going to do another little hair strand. Then I'm going to go into the standard round brush, use a pretty small brush, and I'm just going to add some hair strands, keeping it pretty thin. Okay. Trying to get a bit of hair-like texture going on. Then I'm gonna select the side and color dodge. Change the tone a bit. Now onto this side, so pretty much gonna do the same thing, just going to adjust the color to match this side that I have already done. Let's go ahead and darken it up a bit, adjust the color. And I'm gonna go ahead and add some small hair strands as texture. Let's go ahead and add some more. Add some more lines for hair texture. Delete that part. Let's go ahead and okay, adjust it, and then go back to this part. I'm gonna have to emphasize her little cowlick on both sides of her hair. Needs to be a bit more obvious. Going back to this bristle brush. me go ahead and add that highlight up all the way up here, and then bring it, or add another one down here. And then bring up the hair. I'm going to also make sure this side is cleaned up as well, so I'm gonna use this brush as well on this side. Bring a bit of the highlight, and I'm just going to add it to the outer rim of the side of the hair. Okay. Let me rotate it, see how that looks. I would like the cowlick to be a bit more prominent, so what I'll do is I'm gonna select this part and just kind of increase the saturation. I mean, not saturation, the contrast. Lower the saturation. So I suppose the hair is a little brighter now. Now I'm going to see auto contrast. Whoa, it's quite dark, isn't it? Let's duplicate this. Auto contrast. And I'm gonna go ahead and erase the top of the hair and only leave a little bit of it towards the bottom. Although I don't think it does much really. Oh well. Definitely looks a little bit different from my usual style. Especially the hair. I think I can definitely keep working on the hair, and it's probably gonna at some point end up looking a bit more realistic. Let's go ahead and refine that side. Go back to the hair layer. Gonna just continue. Zoom in here. Continue. To just add the hair strand texture towards the bottom. Or cleaning up the silhouette of the hair at the bottom. Just add a bit of highlight towards the bottom of these hair strands. Take a bit of this. Clean that up. And then I'm going to create another layer. Let's go ahead and add a bit more highlight towards the bottom. I'm gonna see how it would look if I warp this. After I warp it, I'm gonna lock it down and let's do a little gradient. Let's go ahead Actually, let's use this color. Lock down, lock down. I'm gonna add a bit of skin tone in the hair so that it feels a bit more blended, and clean up the rest of the area a bit. Let me go ahead and create a new layer and kind of detailing, adding details to these strands in particular. And then to these strands here, kind of adding some smaller strand, fading it in, so to speak, with smaller strands towards the skin. Same with here, same with here, and these areas as well, just grading it with smaller strands. Okay, let's go ahead. Go ahead and add some shadow. And then kind of just do the same, just gonna texture it a bit, try to blend it in with long brush strokes. And I'm just going to add highlight towards the bottom of that batch of hair. Same for this. Same for here. So this is where you can take the extra time to really refine the hair. I guess that should be that. It's taking a while, isn't it? Oh, hold on. I'm going to... Let me remove... Oh, hold on, this part. Let's go ahead and add a bit more detail, clean these areas up. Okay. Let me going to multiply. I need to darken this part up. I'm gonna just grab this color right there. And I'm just going to graze it. It's looking off. Let's go into darken and darken this part. I'm just gonna darken the rest of that area. Okay. Let's go ahead now. I'm going to take a copy of the bang there, and I'm going to put it here. Oh wait, I don't think it works. Oh no, it doesn't work out. I was hoping that it would blend in nicely, but it does not. Let me go ahead and do a little shape. Another shape. Go ahead and add some more tiny strands, but making sure that it stands out. Let me move this over. And then remove that part. Guess I'm going to have to make these little area a bit brighter, just so it stands out. Guess I'll just do that. It kind of adds a bit of curliness to her hair. So yeah, kind of like this, every now and then adding those hair strands that is not exactly following the flow of the rest of the hair to break it up a bit. Just makes it look a bit more organic. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna have to remove this shiny bit. Use the highlight bit. Add a bit of shine to that part. Darken. Okay. I think that looks a bit better, a bit more hair texture. Like, okay. I need to add a bit up here too, so to get started, let me grab this. I'm just going to kind of put it up here. Actually looks pretty good. But of course, you know, we have to edit it slightly so it doesn't look completely like I just copy pasted. So I'm gonna go in again to blend it in. Let's go ahead and add the highlight. Okay, I think that works. I'm just gonna rotate it and just to make sure that it doesn't look too copy pasted. Okay, I guess that works. Let me lock it down and darken. No, actually no. I have to go into this part of the layer and then lighten this area a bit so that it matches this part a bit more. So this is before, after. I think that works. But yeah, basically, I suppose we're gonna have to keep doing that until we finish the hair, but I don't know. Okay, here we go. This is the the longer side bangs. This part is quite important because I'm gonna have to make sure that it lays on her shoulder nicely. Okay, pray for me. Alright guys, so we're back. So I'm going to go through what I basically did. I did do some more editing off camera. Worked on the face a bit more. Actually not, I'm actually not too sure about the face, not too much. So I might play around with that bit. For the hair, I worked on it a bit. I actually lightened the tip of the hair a bit. And the major change that I did was to kind of edit the pose a bit. So before I had something like this. So I decided to kind of make her a little bit curve a bit. I guess I wanted to pose her in a more dynamic way, which basically meaning I wanted to make her composition curve a bit more. So I kind of just played around with that. I basically just warped it by pressing Control T and then warp, and then you can play around like this with the pixels. So yeah, that's basically what I did, and I think that's pretty much it. So now I want to let's go ahead and work on the this part of the hair. I'm gonna flip it. I flipped it. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and do the silhouette. For the bangs, I'm gonna use the bristle brush for this face. And let's give her a little curl. So actually, let's do it like this. There. Trying to make sure that I like it. Yeah, I think that should do. And let's go here. Okay, zoom in here. I'm gonna have to do some detail work, so using the lasso tool, we're just going to isolate some areas and make them different batches of hair, or thinner batches of hair. Let's take a bright color. I'm just going to highlight. Curl it inward. Actually, should it be? I'm trying to figure it out like this. I think it was supposed to be like that. That makes more sense. So it curls like that. And let me see here. Let me extend it a bit even. Lock it down. And just going to make it a little brighter, more colorful. Now I'm going to quickly do this side. Well, not quickly, but as fast as I can. Back to the bristle brush. Let's go ahead and do the curl like this. It's just gonna go into this batch. And curl it this way. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and clean up. Oh, clean that up. Clean up the rest. Delete. Oh, yeah, and clean this up too. So this is the base for this side. I will now warp it a bit to have it sit nicely on her chest there. Delete. Okay, now using the lasso tool, I will use it to help me add some shine in some areas. Let's go this side. Add some highlight. Now for this side, highlight, add the highlight. Okay. Let me go ahead and color that in. This part should definitely overlap. Definitely it should overlap. Let's go here. Darken that up. Okay, and then lock it down. And I'm gonna pretty much do the same thing on this side. Okay, I wonder if I should actually have this flipped like this. Because was wondering if this flow would be better. Since this side is kind of curved this way, so maybe this side would look good curving the opposite way. That's what I thought. But of course, after doing so, I have to go back to readjust it. So let me just repaint it. There we go. Yeah, I think that works better. So I got the bangs kind of done there. Let me fix the flow a bit. So that is that. Let's go to the hair part. And for the hair, I'm going to reuse the hair here. Just gonna copy that side. And I'm just going to reuse it. Actually, should I? I'll use this hair on this side so that it won't look like I copy pasted and stuff. Okay, now go here, so copy paste this side, copy, and then I'll put it on the opposite side, and have to adjust the brightness of the hair. There. Guess you can say this is the lazy way of doing it. And for the hair, just going to warp the hair a bit. I'm trying to see what kind of flow would be good. I guess I can go with that for now. Let me flip it again. I just want to keep an eye on it. Yeah, for now should be okay. I'm going to work on the arm now. Switch it up a bit. Arm is here. So I did go ahead and made the arm. I decided I wanted to make the arm have a lace design. So that is why it looks a little translucent, and I added a bit of skin tone in there to give it that translucent look. So that is what I did. Let me add a bit of blue. You know what? I think I should have a gradient of blue for the arm. I'm going to see what kind of lace I can do. Let's go ahead and grab a bit of lace. I'm gonna use that bit and see if I can incorporate it into the piece somehow. So I'm going to see if this works. I plop it down. I have to edit it so that it matches. So that it matches the color that I have. Going to go ahead and cut parts of this. Delete. Looks a little stretched. Let's see, what if I do like this? Guess it has to be somewhat like... Let's go with this and go into the arm layer and trying to see if it works, if maybe I just leave the top part translucent, the bottom part will still be opaque white fabric. Just adding some wrinkles to the fabric there. Go back into the layer of lace. I'm gonna go into darken up the lace in that area, merge down. So this is what I'm getting now, and I'm just gonna select that part, make it darker. Go back to this part of the design and gonna add a bit of highlight there, because just to follow along the highlight that's already there. Merge down. I think I will do that here again. Re-add that bit of highlight. Copy, brighten. Okay, I'm gonna keep this on a separate layer. I'm gonna zoom in here. So I can add a bit of details. I don't think it's how it goes, but let's see if I can make it a little interesting. There. I think that should do, hopefully. Okay, back to the top here. It's quite messy, I know. You know, I had urges to actually extend the canvas a bit because I really wanted to paint her lower body, but I gotta try to focus on the torso, not to get too distracted and stuff. So yeah, gonna try to get it done. Gonna go ahead, zoom in. First, I would like to select the red portion, copy paste, and I'm going to increase the saturation. Make it brighter. Something like that, I guess. Oh, wait, what happened? I guess I undid it. Let me go back. Actually, no. Lock it down. Let's go color. Color just changes all the color. I'm just gonna use color for it. After I use color, I'm going to refine the mesh. And gonna try to make it look as, oh, add a bit of blue. Make it look as smooth as I can. Okay, and then darken it. And just kind of refine it pretty much. Line it in the areas that needs to be lined and whatnot. And of course, add shadow where it needs to have shadow and stuff. Go back here. And for the gold seam part, I think it's a lot thinner. Yeah, it definitely is. Let me flip it. Yeah, I think I might end up changing the face. It's a little too round. Let me see if I can make it look like she's looking down instead. No, I don't think I can do that. Nope, it doesn't work. Warp the face a bit more. Just trying to make it a little thinner. Alright guys, so I've been trying to work on the face a bit, so this was what I had, but I wasn't feeling it too much, so I played around with the proportion a bit, extended the face, changed the lips a bit, wasn't feeling that either, and this is my third pass, so I decided to add a bit more shading to the face, and not feeling this one either. So usually I prefer to struggle on my own off camera, but you know what, let's struggle together. I suppose there's just she doesn't I don't know, just not liking it. So I think what I'm gonna do is switch up her makeup a bit. Going to add a bit more eyeshadow down here. Let's use a bit of purple down here. Yeah, I think that looks kind of pretty. Add purple to the other side too. And I'm just gonna go into the eyelid and darken it slowly. But I'm also gonna shade it as well. And I did make the eyes a little darker just because I think it fits the style a bit more. Let me add the pupil. It's missing a dot in this eye. But at the same time, I'm looking at the small preview. Okay. Let me erase a bit of the bang. Let's add some more eyelashes towards the bottom. Make the waterline a bit darker in places. And I'm just gonna scribble some random area, copy paste. Let's darken it. So this is what that looks like. Going here with a pinky color. Just trying to make the eyes a bit more realistic. And copy this part. Bring it down a bit. Or change the shape of the eyes. Or I can like move it up a bit. I don't know, just trying to see if I can give her a unique look. Oh, actually, let me go here. And going to select the purple. Same with here. It's gonna select a random shape-ish towards the center of the eyes and highlight. Just take this color and bring it to contour the lid there. Add the eye bags. Take this pinky color. Give her a bit more blush. And for the nose, let's add the nostrils. Make it, I guess, try to make it a bit more subtle. And I'm going to add shadow around one of the nostril. Make it a bit subtle. And then the other side, make it a bit subtle as well. Let's go ahead, add a bit of highlight, take a bit of the pink, put it underneath the eyes, add a bit of blue. So that's what that looks like. Just going to apply a bit of shadow to the tip of the nose. I'm going to add a bit of shadow to the nose and add a bit of highlight at the tip. Okay. And I'm gonna use the lasso tool, select underneath the lips. Let's go with this color, a dark mauvey pink. Contour the lip. And here, add the shadow, and I'm just gonna try to blend it in. Guess same for here, I'm just going to extend it and blend that in. Let's see if I can. She looks like she's pouting a bit, which is not what I want really. But I guess this is better than, slightly better than before. Oh, let me merge down. Oh, I'm just going to erase the mouth bit. But yeah, I think this is better. Let's rotate it. Still, I think her expression needs to change. Maybe like have her smile a bit more. This eye needs to be slightly altered. Actually, no, not this eye. This eye. Let me copy this eye. Okay. Let's kind of adjust it a bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring this lip up a bit more. I guess in a way it makes her lips a little thinner. Um, Before, after. I do like the nose, but I'm not sure about the rest of the character. So I'm just going to be kind of erasing a bit of the new changes. Let me go ahead and erase this part. Merge down. So it's before, after. I'm going to bring back a bit of the old eye. Kind of do a in between. The old eye definitely looks a little better in my opinion. Maybe I'll keep this version. And I can also do a little in between of this eye as well. Now that it's a little blurred. Let me go ahead and refine it a bit. For the hair too, actually. Let me, what I'm gonna do is darken the hair, blend it in with a bit of the skin tone, so that it feels like a bit more blended in. And then I'm going to create another layer. And add some one-off strands here and there. I can also do it here. Probably can't do it that much. Maybe like this. Gonna have to erase a bit of this. Yeah, I guess something like that. Probably also I would like to move this a bit over. Go back into the skin face layer and adjust the shadow. add some shadow from the hair. Add some more shadow around the face. I'm gonna add a bit of blue. Just gonna blend this in a bit. Select underneath the face. I'm just trying to see if that would work, but I don't quite like it. I'm just going to add a bit more shadow underneath the chin. Add a tiny bit of highlight. Hey guys, we're back. So, off camera, I did a bit more work here. Actually, initially, I tried extending the canvas a bit more, but then I decided maybe that might be a bit too much work. So if I manage to refine this, and if you guys want to, I will extend it, but for now I just want to focus on the portrait. But this is the change that I did. It's quite rough. It's basically me trying to figure out, okay, how do I want this part to look? So I decided this is gonna be my guide, and now that I have that, I can keep going, basically. So I decided to show a bit of the hips in the mesh, and just using the airbrush to soften it up. But other than that, I'm gonna be going in and adding some more details. Let me flip this now. Maybe I had it flipped before, I'm not sure. But yeah, this portrait is actually taking a lot longer than I expected, just because like I said, usually the face is mainly the issue, because sometimes I can nail it, sometimes I can't, and I end up spending a lot of time on it. And in this case that was why. But let me go ahead and refine on this area. Copy that area. I want to push the gold trim up a bit. I want it to be a little thinner. And as for the red part, I just have to render it to match the highlight, basically. And the gold trim as well, just going to render it to match. It's a little soft right now. We're gonna sharpen that up later. Just gonna add a bit of blue in here. Use the lasso tool. Let's make some sharp highlights with it. Let's add a dark shadow there. Add a bit of highlight too. So yeah, just continue this pattern of technique. Lasso it up, isolate, and add shadow, highlight, alternate every now and then. Add a bit of highlight. Okay, and here too, I'm just gonna block in the layer, then add the prominent shadow, and then highlight. Like that. This is a pretty flat shading of the gold trim. I think the next phase is to add volume to the top. What that means is I will add a seam on top, kind of like here, to add volume later on. But for now, let's skip to refining the rest of the white fabric. I'm kind of painting over that trim. I will paint back the details later. So for the fabric closest to the detailing, I will add tiny amount of wrinkle details. Oh, whoops. Okay, time to do the bottom part. You know, initially I had in mind to make the dress also a lace detail, so maybe I will do that, but I'm not sure how to approach it. I think what I have to do is first finish refining this area and then basically layer it on as I go along, smoothing it out. Add a bit more shadow here. This is gonna be where my belly button impression will be for in the fabric, pretty much. And I think I'm gonna try to add some folds, fabric folds, just to, I don't actually, it might not work out too well. At least I need to add a bit of highlight over here and extend the wrinkle all the way throughout. So I did try to put a bit of darker shade around certain areas just to give the look of translucency in the fabric. That's why I have these darker areas. And for the trimming, I did also shortened it a bit because I did want to show her stocking just ever so slightly. because it does, in my opinion, adds a bit more interest in the piece, because we can kind of see the continuation of different material throughout the character, which is something that I often like to play on. I like to intertwine different materials in characters' outfit and stuff. So after that, I got the shadow there, extended into the white cloth. I'm gonna add a seam to the legging. I think if I do not a full body, but extend the canvas down a bit, I could do the lace design a bit more, because I do want to continue with the lace idea. I think it's gonna look really nice on her, nice and feminine on her. She's already a very feminine character, so adding a bit of lace will just add to that. And plus, I really like the look of lace. I used to draw a lot of lace before. I might go back and do another wedding piece, because I did so many in the past, but I stopped doing it. Maybe it's time to rework that a bit. Anyways, just kind of, oh, hold on. This part is supposed to be darker. I'm just going to make this darker. Let's go here. Also make it darker, and then we have the little triangular or diamond stud design. The center, just going to separate the lines, add shadow and highlight. Actually, a good way of doing that is using the lasso tool. It does a fairly fast job, I would say. This month, to be honest, usually I would have around 30 to 31 days to work on content, but this month has been especially short, and I'll just say that it's been a little stressful trying to make sure that I finish stuff, and also I want to make sure that all the content I put out is as high quality as I can make it. So sadly, this tutorial will be posted a little late, which I kind of wish that I focus on 3 pieces only. That's one thing that I learned. I shouldn't be working on too many pieces at once, because man, I totally forgot it was only 28 days, so I decided to work on 5 pieces at a time, and I guess I shouldn't have. Yeah. But anyways, just some self-reflection and a warning to all of you guys, if you're artists and trying to take up too much. Next time, I think I'm gonna try to focus on a limited amount of pieces. But anyways, I refined that. I'm gonna copy this whole part and darken it, because this is gonna be my cast shadow from the diamond onto the red emblem. So I believe that's pretty much that for that area for now, and now I will continue on to refine the swirl here. So this gold trim is like that. It's a little different. I need to approach this differently. So I'm just gonna shade it this blue color for now. And I'm gonna have to use a slightly darker color. This is where she's bending herself the most, therefore in terms of fabric, this is where I'm going to put the most tiny detail of folds. Trying to make it as natural as I can, just focusing most of the folds in that particular area. I'm gonna take a bit of this and gradually bring it over. Take a bit of the highlight, also bring the highlight downward too. Add one big highlight there. So this is what I have for that. It's a little messy. I will have to fix that. I will have to gradually blend this out, so I'm gonna start refining it a bit. Start add a bit of folds here and ease it down. Actually, maybe I shouldn't have folds there. I'm going to select this area, add shadow there, and I'm gonna make this part a bit smooth. Then add a tiny bit of fold here. Like that. Then I'm going to flip it. It's getting there. It's definitely not what I had in mind, but it's getting there. So I'm going to extend it a bit. I know I was like, I'm not going to extend it, but maybe just a little bit. This is usually what ends up happening to me sometimes, and therefore extends the time it takes to paint as well. You know, sometimes I just can't help myself. I just have to do a little more every time, which could be in terms of real life experience might not be good, because if a client doesn't say they want something extra, you shouldn't be putting your time on doing something extra, I think. But since this is my own decision, I'm going to see if it will look better if I extend it a bit. Oh, I so want to extend it. I guess this will have to do. I just want to make it nice and flowy and fall on her leg like milk, I guess you could say, or silk. Sorry, silk is a better word for it. Going to the golden trimming, just adding some details. I actually have 2 more things planned. I wanted to finish it by the end of the month, but since we are short by 2 to 3 days, I'm gonna have to only focus on 2 things. So this piece and another piece. I'm kind of sad about it because I wanted to put more content out this month, but I also want to make sure it has the quality, so I have to kind of not finish one piece or focus on 2 pieces and make it as best as I can. So really trying to focus on quality. Okay, so basically just refining it a bit more. Let's keep going. Since I extended this area, you can see that there's some parts that is slightly warped. This happens a lot when I try to edit stuff, you know, but it's okay because gotta go back and paint it back. In a way, it's kind of helpful. It kind of gives you extra practice if you think about it that way. So in a way, it's not that bad. And I think that this is also a good training to train yourself to get faster at painting a certain thing. So yeah, let's go ahead and use the lasso tool on the black mesh portion. I'm just going to add some skin tone and then mesh part. And then there is a white portion. Let's add some highlight to this. I'm going to select the skin portion and add a bit of shadow around it, just so it doesn't look flat and stuff. Add a bit of highlight to that area, and that should do it. Let me clean this up. What is this? Okay, so now this is what we have, and still there's some stuff missing. Also, it's not exactly like the design, the official design. I think what I'll do is let's extend the gold trim. Genji Impact in many ways the character design. I kind of like it. Probably something that I would honestly paint because it does have that Asian feel to it, which I like the theme itself, and feel like I can do some fun designs with it. I've been really getting into that aesthetic. Well, from the Naruto pieces that I painted, really inspired by more Japanese style, but this is a nice change too since it is a more Chinese theme. So yeah, pretty fun piece to work on that I can do some fun with it. Add a bit more detail. I actually wanted to add way more details than this. Oh yeah, I was gonna add a bit of thickness to the trim, the gold trim. So just line it with highlight on the top. Usually gets the point across of volume. Let's go back in. I want to see if I can add another gold trim. This is not in the official design, but since I have a lot of space in the red part, I want to see if I can break that up a bit with another bit of gold trim. Let's add another layer here. And I think this part, I'm gonna merge down. This part has some interesting, I could probably put a bit of lace there. Let me adjust this first. Delete. Let me bring back my lace texture here. Oh wait, hold on. Bring that lace texture down here. I'm gonna add it at the very bottom here. Add a bit of lace detailing. So I'm gonna use the lace as an accent of sorts. Delete that part. Probably needs some smaller part too. I mean smaller details around it. I'm going to darken this part. Pick a random area. Let's use this part. Delete. Use that small area like that. Just put it towards the bottom area. Like that. And last but not least, the last bit of lace detail is gonna go here. Trying to make sure there's a pattern of placement for these lace. It's not just random. Actually gonna take this color, put it at the very end here, just to brighten that area, and then make the line a bit more prominent. I'm also gonna clean these parts up. Clean it up a bit more. Needs a bit more shadow under. Or even have a bit of the gold trim contour the curvature of the chest. This way it will kind of feel like it's really pressing on the weight, or the weight of the chest is pressing on the clothing itself. Like that. I'm just going to bring this down. Bring it all the way over. Like that. And then I'm gonna see if I can add a bit of shadow under. Select that side, just gonna try to see. Maybe if I shade it a little differently. I think if I do that, I'm gonna have to bring back some of these shadow. But first, I want to finish the lace part. Okay, let's go back to this part of the lace. Alright guys, so we're back. So I did end up rendering the cloth area just a bit more. So this portion added some more shadow and stuff, added a bit more highlight to the leg, and as you can see, I extended it a bit more. I guess I just want to see if it would make it look better. And I really wanted to put her put a bit more of her leg in there as well, so that's why I extended it, but we shall see if it will end up working out or not. So let me go ahead and render her leg in first. I want to see. Let's see if I can make this a little shorter so I can have the room to paint the other leg in somehow. I think I need to extend it a bit more so that I can put in the leg a bit more. Okay. Rotate this. It definitely needs to be a bit more. Just a little different. I'm gonna show you guys the previous version that I played around with off camera. Kinda like it better. So this is the version where I decided to extend it a bit more, and I do like the flow of it better, so I'm just gonna see if I can copy that, paste it. But yeah, if I paste it, I'm gonna have to extend the canvas a bit more. Let's see if this will work out. Hold on. Trying to figure out the right placement for it. I guess like that. If I incorporate this, I'm gonna copy this part, paste, and I'm going to integrate what I've already painted into the new flow that's already there. And adjust paint that in. And Gonna see if I can edit this. Guess we could have this a little bit more moved over a bit. So this is gonna be the highlight part with the shadow casted from the fabric. Oh, my dog is sleeping. Dream barking if you guys can hear it. Alright guys, we're back. So yeah, I refined this area a bit more, added some more shading on the bottom to contour the anatomy a bit, because I really want this dress to look like it is falling on her silhouette like silk. And I wanted to look elegant and sexy at the same time, so paint a lot of those landmarks, those anatomy landmarks. Add some more shadow right underneath this part. Gonna go in here, highlight the hips. Let me rotate this. I'm just gonna contour the leg a bit better. I'm gonna see if I can add a bit of highlight here to show that this leg is a bit crossed. Go back with a bit more shading. Add some shadow here. And then just going to select that area and darken it. Really want to emphasize the stomach form. Add some more highlights to some of these areas. Delete. Nope, that might be a bit too pointy. Nope. Just trying to see. Okay. I guess we can go with that for now. And then I'm going to extend the canvas a bit more. I'm gonna select this part, bring it down a bit more. It felt a little too cramped, so just extend it down a bit. Oh, there's room to play here. Feel like I could probably do a little, oh, whoops. Do a little peekaboo of the skin here. Lock it and put shadow. I mean, extend the shadow. Take a bit of this, bring it here, blend it in, and then I'm gonna place some lace around that area. I was gonna do it here too, but maybe for the not safe for work version. Merge down. Okay, let's grab the lace. What's this? Oh, I guess I had a copy. Let's bring it down here. And we want to have the lace actually, I'm gonna take the lace over here because it's more of a contoured shape, lined. It's already lined, so I'm gonna use this and carefully position it. Okay, I need to find another lace texture for the other side, so let's take this again and try to make it fit what we want here. I'll keep that there, and then for this, move it up and just give it a bit of silhouette. Same with this. Delete. Let me see. Maybe I can do this on the other side as well. Flip it. Gonna see if I can fit it on the other side there. Yeah, I think it works. Let me duplicate this. It does work. I think it just needs a bit more refining. Maybe I can have it like this. Go back in with a darker color. Let's see here. And let me go ahead and extend that lace detailing all the way down the seam somehow. I'm gonna have to erase bits of it. Maybe I move this down here. Delete. This part is a bit too warped. Oh my gosh. My other doggo is now bark dreaming. Okay. Alright guys, welcome back. So as you can see, I spent a bit more time on the background. So I played around with the background, and in the end I kind of wanted to go for a watercolor theme. So basically, let's see, I had a couple of images together. So this one, I actually bought the high-res version for this file, but I didn't want to bother replacing it. So I put the high-res version and spread it out. And these are the placement for it. As you can see, with the character on top, you can't really see the seams and like the copy pasty marks and stuff. And then I took the flower, blurred it a little to make it go with the soft nature of the composition, going for that watercolor look. And last but not least, I went on Google, looked for like a watercolor texture, put it on there to kind of have a nice little gradient. And then last but not least, I added some little specks of light. And I believe I also worked on the face a bit. I'm not sure if I told you guys, but I probably worked on it a bit more, as well as working on the lace part. Pretty much did what I did when I showed you guys how I did it, except just took some more time, added some more lace to the leotard portion of her outfit and stuff like that, rendered out the leg and stuff, added some highlights on the leg, on here too. So yeah, that's pretty much what I did. And let's continue. First I want to extend this. Now let's continue. So now I gotta work on the what's it called, the bell that she wears. It's a little challenging, but let's go for it. Oh snap. I guess I merged everything down in one layer. Oh boy. Oh well. I merged the bow to the body layer. Okay. So let's go ahead and work on the color here. It's gold. I'm just gonna line it after with the design that I see. Probably goes into a triangular design. I'm not sure, but we can just call it there. And then after that, take a highlight color, highlight a bit of volume into this flat surface. This is a pretty fast way of just giving a rough volume to the object. Add a bit of highlight here on top. And afterwards, now that you have the base, you can go ahead, add some more shadow. So now we layer it back to back with shadow, highlight until you get a more refined result. And that's one way of doing it. Of doing like gold or brass colored ornament. Actually, this is also a technique that you see a lot in game designs. Start out with a simple flat base, stack on the highlight, shadow, highlight, shadow, highlight. So yeah, I think this is good as for now. Let me move this closer. It's not exactly realistic, the rendering, I mean. I think if I were to aim to be a bit more realistic, which I'm trying to, but I'm failing, this would probably need maybe a bit of blue, as the shiny part of the gold would be reflecting off of the surrounding materials and stuff. And oftentimes I paint with that in mind, because shiny surface is oftentimes very reflective, as well as dark object even if it's not shiny. Matte fabric also can reflect off its surrounding objects. I think this should do. Create another layer. I'm just going to do this, layer it on, and then let's go ahead and create the shape of the bell. The bell shape is quite interesting. Let's do a flat shape first. Start off with a flat shape. I'm going to layer on the design. Start from basic shape, followed by, hold on, just trying to make sure I get the pattern right, followed by the design. I don't think I got it right. Like that. So this is gonna be the top side of it. After that, let's go ahead and I'm just kind of trying to see if what we did before will work for this. So I'm gonna layer on the highlight now. This is the front side of the bell. And then create another layer underneath to do the bottom side, so giving the bell a bit more volume. Have it in shadow, of course, like that. It's a very stylized rendering look, but this will be the base for it. So I'm gonna merge down so that we have that. And after that, I can go ahead and warp it a bit more and stuff. But at least I have a base to go on. And then and then just kind of start refining. Also, I wanted to test something. I wanted to see, I found this photo of a bell. I quite like the reflective texture of it. So I want to see if I can somehow grab this and apply it to the bell itself. I'm not sure if it will work out, but we can definitely try it. So I'm gonna warp it. I mean, it adds a very adds a bit of texture, but it does. Ooh, that's not too bad. But it needs work, that's for sure, because it removed all the designs of the bell. So what can we do to solve this? I'm gonna go into blending option. Let's see, play around with this. Oh, nope. Maybe like that. Do blending options, and then maybe experiment with. I guess it doesn't really work that well. What I'm gonna do now, take the front part and make it a little darker so that the design itself will be more visible. I guess that's one way of doing it. Okay, let's merge down. After I do that, it gave me a bit of color to work with from the photo itself. So I'll be trying to incorporate that while I paint. And then we have the little dial here. Let's go ahead. I'm going to line it again. Like this. So that it will stand out, the motifs will stand out. Let's go ahead and extend the highlight all the way down. Same with this. Same here, just adding a bit of shininess to it. Add some shininess on top. One on the side of the dial. And I want to see if I can add a bit of highlight. That side, and then going to do the same here, add a bit of highlight, and then add a deep shadow where the dial is. Make it darker. Go ahead and extend the highlight downward onto the underside. So this is before, after, and of course we can warp it a bit more. I'm gonna flip it. I'm actually going to edit this part a bit. I think it's supposed to be curved a little differently. Going to warp, pick the right size for the brush, and I'm just going to push this up a bit more. Yeah, I think this is more like the design. It's more curved. It's much more curved than what I had before. So yeah, this is the result of that. And of course, after you do this, get to this phase, there's more refining to be done. Add more shadow, maybe add a bit of reflectiveness from the hair onto the bell and stuff. Add a few more lines throughout. To make it shiny. I can lower the opacity a bit so it's not too overwhelming. But yeah, this is basically how I would go about rendering the bell. But still, it is not, I would say not yet at that hyper-realistic level yet. Trying to figure out ways to achieve that with minimum effort. I've been trying very hard recently to improve. But you know, it takes a lot of time. A lot more time with that in mind, that you want to improve and you're in that try-hard mode. Always trying to find ways to make things a bit more efficient. Okay, I think that should do. I'm going to go ahead and paint the hook now. Merge down. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. Add the highlight. And then shadow. Might want to distort this a bit. Okay. Oh, there. I don't know how it's attached because on the model it's not very apparent. Oh, actually I guess it is apparent. It's just this part is a bit too far. So what I'm gonna do is, oh, hold on. Let's go ahead and duplicate this, bring it forward a bit. Maybe I can make it like a secondary detail, make it like a tiny bit sticking out to connect to the bell. It adds a nice bit of small detail. Hold on. Now let's move it up. Move it there. Delete. But yeah, that's the color. I was kinda worried that it's not gonna look that great, but it is definitely passable, I think. Okay, now that that's done, I kinda wanna take a bit more time on the yeah, kind of take more time on the garment here. It's not needs a bit more, I think. Meanwhile, I'm staring back at the bell, kind of contemplating if I should add more details and stuff. Let's go ahead, call it the bell. Go back here. Let's go ahead and add seam to the gold trim, or at least add the highlight for it, so that at least we can see it clearly, because I had it in a way that it's blending into the skin a bit too much. Let's go ahead and bring it down here. And then of course this one. Go. Oh, this one goes. This one might be a bit tricky. I have to redo it. So this one goes. This one goes all the way on the other side. Like that. And then we have a bit of a swirl going on here. It's not exactly what it is in the official design, but I think we have some liberty here. Go ahead and line it again. It's double lined. Okay. Let's go ahead and try to add a bit more detail here. I'm gonna add some shadow to the gold trimming in that area so that it stands out a bit more, and it does have a little bow here. Maybe it, yeah, I think it's coming from this. I'm gonna make this into a rope, or have it have the rope texture. So I'm just going to render it out, add a bit of volume to it, and then add the little rope marks like that. This has to be a little bit more close to that part. I had wanted to put a bit of, actually this part is quite high up, isn't it? I actually made it a lot taking a lot more space than it actually should. But first, before I edit it, I want to go ahead and add the volume for the gold trim details. There should be highlight here. And I'm going to also apply the shadow to some of these areas. Adding that shadow helps to give it that shiny look. It just creates the contrast as well. Okay, after that's done, I'm going to merge it down. I want to see if I can possibly move this up without too much issue. If I can move it up, I could probably work on adding the belly button somewhere, so it's gonna be around here. I just want to see how it would look if I can add a tiny indentation of it. Well, probably not tiny, but somewhat of a indentation to, or a landmark for it. Okay. I want to see if I can add a bit more gold trimming on the other side, even though in the main design it's not there. But I want to see if it will help with the composition on the side. It's a little empty, I find. Maybe not. Let's just leave it. But instead, what if we had a bit of lace detail? Let me go ahead and blend this in first. Blend that in. Okay, what kind of lace detail can I do? Let's go here, take a look. I'm just gonna select this real quick. Basically, I'm gonna play around with it a bit and see if it's gonna work out or not. That's usually how it goes. Test it out, see if it works or not. If it doesn't, then well, better come up with a new idea. Yeah, not. Maybe I need to adjust the color of it. Have it a little closer to this. Delete. And I'm gonna try to see if I can. Let me see if I can actually invert this. And then change the color so it's black. I'm just testing it out. I don't know about this. Let's go ahead and use darken. Nah. But I could probably make it a blue gradient, hopefully. It still kind of just looks like scribbles. I'm not sure. I think I would have better luck putting like a design on her white covering, honestly. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna look for a texture that I can use, probably a porcelain design. Alright guys, so we're back. As you can see, I went ahead and found some porcelain or porcelain-esque texture. So actually I found this one, and there was another one with the sakura pattern, so I just kind of popped it on there and put it on multiply. And I also worked on the dress a little bit, adding some more shadow and whatnot, and that is the result of it. Other than that, I actually like the look of this, and I wanted to see if I can also include it on the arm somehow. So I'm gonna go onto multiply. It's not as effective on the arm. I can just add a tiny bit of it, I guess. But it's not as effective on the arm. There's not enough canvas for it to stand out. Maybe add a tiny bit of it on the other side just to contour the arm shape. Okay, now I'm gonna work on the leggings here. So first, let's go ahead and add the gold patterns. Let's go ahead and add that first. Let's go with a flat color. Not too bright, not too dark. Have to do this again. I did it for the back view, now I'm doing it for the front view. There. So that's the first one. Second one is just a simple solid shape like this. And then I believe there's another one. But you don't really see it that much here. I think this needs to be bigger too, actually. Just gonna make it wider. Oh, that was really loud, I'm sorry. It's very, I guess you could say it, you can't really, oh god, sorry about that. Let me change the settings. Okay. Can't really tell where it's coming from. Let me move it down a bit more. Guess we can just have this pattern here. Block it in, add a bit of blue, and then add some shadow to that side, just want to make it subtle. So there we have it. And some trying to make it a little more interesting, you know, maybe we can have this is different from the back view concept, but maybe like can have a bit of skin showing on the inside or something. Pretty much trying to make it a bit more interesting. Add a bit of shadow around it. Lower the opacity. I think a lower opacity works better. And then let's go ahead and use a brighter color here. And just going to line the outer edge of the triangles. Like that. So now that I have that done, I can go ahead and add some texture to the legging. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a bit of wrinkles around where her leg is kind of bent. Same with here. Then I'm gonna see if I can add a bit of skin tone in here. Maybe a bit of background color too, a bit of blue. Probably can't make it that obvious. Let's remove a bit of it. Merge down, create another layer, and similar to what in a previous tutorial I showed you guys how to create a mesh or a stocking like texture, which I actually saw this trick on Twitter. This other artist, they were very nice to share their technique, which I thought was pretty awesome. So basically you have a circle brush and you have the spacing pretty close at 3%. That's what I prefer. And then it creates this type of texture in which you can then use it on the stocking, right? But of course you need to kind of layer it. So one on that side. Let's create another one. This one's gonna go on the inside here. Like that. Gonna erase bits of it. Clean it up. Clean it up, and of course remove it from that lace bit. Let me lock it down, add a bit of highlight on the other side. Oh, hold on. Merge it down. Let's remove that. Oh, whoops. One more. So one more for that leg right there. Lower the opacity. Oh wait, did I? Oops, I painted it on the wrong layer. Create another layer. And then have this one on that leg. Go ahead and add a bit of highlight to it too. Oh. Select that side, add a bit of highlight. And then add a bit of highlight to there too. You can add some stocking highlights if you want to. So yeah, this just adds a bit more texture, I think. Her leg is pretty thick. I think I made her pretty thick. I might reduce the thickness later. Before, after. And I also want to see if I can pop a bit of skin back. Like that or something. Okay. I'm gonna go the bottom here and let's do a flap behind her. And I'm gonna go for a gold trim. Like that. Let's add one more here. Lock it down. And add a bit more shadow behind. That should do it. I guess I'll call this flap or something. Okay, now zoom in. Zoom in time. I guess I'll call this accessory because she's got some a charm at her hip. So let's go ahead and take a look, and hopefully I can do that properly. So let's go ahead with the basic shape of the tassels and put this here. And the tassels are rope, so I'm gonna try to make it a little thicker. I'm gonna give it a nice little bow here. Lock in the layer. In fact, I think I will start with a shadow base and then add highlight to it. Let's go ahead, add the highlight underneath it. So it looks like this. It's quite blurry. And pick a much darker color. Add those line textures now. Throughout. Now after you do the line texture, you can go back in and just paint it a bit more. Okay, now that that's done, adjust the shape a bit. Maybe distort it. Distort it a bit. Actually, make it a little bigger. I'm gonna go ahead and do the tussle. The two tussle that's going down, actually, they're pretty thick. Just wait, where is it? Oh, here it is. This thing is pretty thick. Let's go ahead, increase the size. And it's pretty long actually, so gonna do it, contour it like that. And I'm probably gonna do the two charms at the bottom as well. But first, once I get that done, same deal, add the highlight, add a bit of blue, that's the background color, just adding a bit of it, help blend it in and stuff. And after we have that done, go ahead and line it with that rope texture. Being pretty rough, not super careful. I think it needs to be a little darker, so I'm just going to adjust the contrast a bit, go back to here, and manually paint on a bit of the highlight. Okay, now that that's done, can warp it a bit. Okay, so that's done. Now comes the accessory. Alright, let's zoom in here. That charm thing on her, on here is quite detailed, so let's start off with the base, which I think is sort of like a square. And then it's covered like this. Kinda like that. And then I'm going to use the lines. And gonna line it first. I don't think I quite got the shape right, but it's something similar to this. Yeah, I definitely did not get the shape right. The inside is quite glowy. Let me just highlight it. And I'm gonna just add a bit of highlight to this side first. Add some fast shadow, and then after I do that, then I will go ahead and oh, hold on. Okay, we're back. I needed to reset my Cintiq. So after that, just going to color dodge, make it sort of glowy. And yeah, that's pretty much that. Let's go down here to do the little charms. And I'm gonna pretty much do the same thing. Let's go ahead and do the base first. One looks like this, the other one is quite similar but with a bit more design to it. It's round too. After that, line it like that, and then paint the tussle. Lock it down. For the tussle, gonna line it and then add shadow towards the inner part, leaving both sides kind of bright-ish. And for here, start adding some shadow. Pretty rough, but if you zoom out, you can't really tell. Well, you can tell maybe just a little bit, but it will appear cleaner than it does look right now. Add the highlight, and that should do it. So here we have the accessory. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, supposed to work on the horn here. Okay, so for the horn, let's go back to the head layer. Let me go ahead and extend this down. And add a bit of highlight on this side. Grace a bit of the shadow on the other side. And I can go ahead and add a bit of shadow. Oh, hold on. Add some of the line texture for the horn. And then go in, add highlight to the red marking on her horn. Same here. And I'm gonna be texturizing it slightly. Take a dark color and add the shadow. Also want to make it a little thinner. Let's add a bit of the horn on the opposite side as well. And I believe that's pretty much it. if you want to add more detail, you can go ahead and stack on some highlights, all in scribbly form, matching the lines or the direction in which the lines are kind of going for the texture. Like that. Add some texture. Let's go ahead and add a bit of shine to the end here. Go under, and I'm gonna graze a bit of the hair color under the horn there. It's probably catching a bit of that light, that color. Add a bit here too. And let's add like a little, it does have a little pattern. Let's go ahead and extend this down. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of erase a bit of the red marking and paint it back in brush strokes to make it a bit more organic looking. Get a marking going here. And that should be that for the horn. It wasn't too bad, I don't think. Let's see what else. I think that should be it. I pretty much worked on all her iconic details, I think. But yeah, this has been a pretty long tutorial. I will fancy it up for you guys. Make it a nice phone wallpaper for you to enjoy later. But this concludes this voiceover. Thank you for sticking with me till the end. If you are still listening, have a great day or night, and I will see you guys in the next voiceover. See you guys later. Bye guys.